this main topic, pedagogic in pandemic COVID-19, empowered woman as a teacher at home. And I took my subtopic as a pedagogic virtue of Sukuraga Puppet as human literacy. Maybe I need to explain the three major points here. That will be the outline for my material. It's related with pedagogy, and I will relate it to how occurs now with COVID-19, and then uh, which pedagogy will occur also in the our local wisdom from Sukabumi called Wayang Sukuraga or Sukuraga Puppet, and I will connect it and collaborate it with Professor Aun theory about human need curriculum, and I will make the connection with human literacy. Okay, now we start with the the terra incognita, or it's mean that we are in a situation that we don't know what it is, and it's all new for us. I'll start it with the industrial revolution that we all known before. We have already through first industrial revolution, and then second and then third, and now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. I will explain it lightly about the industrial revolution. That the first industrial revolution, the emergence of human beings, the society is still a hunting society, and then we go through to the second industrial revolution where the heavy and chemical industry grow up, and it's uh, appear as industrial society about what happened in the future. But then uh, we still configure out what is the fifth society. Then the COVID-19 outbreak in our world. It really shocked us, also all the people in the world, and it becoming um, another terra incognita. Terra incognita means is that the unknown land. Which land this is, how we go through that, and what will we be do for facing this situation. This COVID-19 actually aware us
Eh,
to now to get a new
ini
normal
kembali
life,
gimana?
a new normal behavior,
Gimana?
and of
Nanti
course,
tunggu
a new
loading.
normal livelihood. We are learning,
Enggak,
working,
dari tadi menyala.
playing from home. Excuse me?
Lagi work.
Okay, then I continue. Now, the question is, are we ready to face it? As in Indonesia data for using the internet. Also, this society, this industrial revolution 5.0, use all digital media to occur in our um, uh, living now. By the hotsuit data from occur in 2020 January. This is the data what mobile internet used for Indonesia. we can see at the right side that the total number of internet users on any device in this country, in Indonesia, reached 175.4 million people. It means that it is a 60, 64% the internet user uh, is the from the total population, and the annual growth in the number of these internet user is uh, reach 70% or equal to
Arti
25
unmute.
million.
Unmute berarti bersuara.
And then the average of daily time spent using the internet on any device by each internet user, it's quietly reach a amount of time. It's 7 hours and 59 minutes. Then, what is the use for this internet to the people in Indonesia? In then by a category, the spending time for the internet in Indonesia people use for uh, search or buying or something, to the fashion and beauty, and then electronics, physical media, food, personal care, furniture, toys, travel, digital music, and video games. Unfortunately, in this data, we saw that the video games reach almost 937 million for spending for cost. And then the second one is digital music. And how about the education? Are we ready to use the internet for the education? This is a big question mark for us in Indonesia. So, meanwhile, our current information society 4.0 to society 5.0, in the cyberspace cloud, the person access and retrieve and analyze the information. It should be done with us, with our education. But the big question mark is, are we ready to do this cyberspace for the a person analyze information, how person search by navigation, and how we can handle the robot for this, and it will be sooner will be an artificial intelligence what is mean challenging. Well, when the society 5.0, the sensor info makes our information, equipment, operating status of people, related information, and etc. will be automatically and will be high value added information, proposal, or equipment operating instruction to all purpose a person will be connected by artificial intelligence. And my question is, are we ready to
Repot bener ya.
so then, by Eric Persson, CIO of International Health Group, he said that it's no longer the big beating the small, but the fast beating the slow. So we have to face uh, this challenge, and we need to running very fast, or we will be as eliminated by this this digital era. And beside that, the 4 from 6 human intelligence will be replaced by robots. So the question is, are we try to training laborers or train creators? Because 4 from 6 human intelligence replaced by robots. Robot can remembering better than a human, understanding better for the uh, automatically or everything, and then applying and analyzing all the data who in a big data by computerized robot or digitalized era. This digital era is better than human. So I think the answer is we need to train a creator. We need to, as a teacher, as a woman in a home, at home, we need to train our children to be a creator and how it will be and how we can train the creators. I think it will be need a very uh, epic one that we can make example from a Newton. This is a Newton. Newton, the founder of force. What is say? Rumus, Rumus Gaya, and then the Archimedes. Also, he is an intelligent in that era, and we still we still use what the theory come from the Archimedes. Or we can do you do you know the Abbas Ibn Firnas? He is the first aviator in the world, and he is a Muslim. And he tried to reach his human uh, competence to the top that he want to fly by himself, and he dreamed that and he make it true. So Abbas Ibn Firnas is the uh, Muslim scientist, and he is the first aviator in the world. Okay, now this creative thought about the human, about the what we should do to face this terra incognita situation. Prof. Aoun in 2017 said that we need a humanics curriculum to to maintain our education, to face this situation. And the humanic curriculums divided into three literacy. The first one is data literacy, and then technological literacy, and the big one that will be move or will be proceed the data and technological literacy. The most important thing is the human literacy. This is what I want to highlight, the human literacy. Okay, now we back to the about the education and pedagogy. What it will be related to the situation right now. For now on, education is characterized by rich cross-institutional, cross-cultural educational opportunities within which the learners themselves play a key role as a creators of knowledge, artifacts that are shared, and where social networking and social benefit outside the immediate scope of activity play a strong role. And then the pedagogic itself now means it's a leading people to a place where they can learn for themselves. It is about creating environments and situations where people can draw out from within themselves and hone the abilities they already have to create their own knowledge, interpret the world in their world unique ways, and ultimately realize their full potential as human beings. That's what should we do. That's what the awareness that I want to deliver to you as a mother at home, that we need to ultimately realize that their our children potential as human beings. So the learning behavior becoming adaptable with this situation, and the student, it's not only for he, uh, himself or herself or with his teacher. The student also engage with all facilities, trainers and expert, lab or workshop, and then learning resources, of course, the learning outcome, learning experience, learning resources, system and the NAS, and then he can also um, the activity also with the other students, with the ebooks, e-journal, with the facility we call an informational technology. So this is the change of our learning behavior. We have to realize that from now on, we we need to aware about others in somewhere else, in another part of the world, in the different time zone. From in this second we can connect to them directly. Then this pedagogy should appear in the model as a expository, and then practice, exploratory, and collaborative. It makes our learning becoming an online learning with a small group and collaborative, and also the important thing is the individual learning, because this individual learning needs a metacognitive knowledge and self knowledge about how we can learn best from ourselves to collaborative with others. It's called a blended learning. Then, as a concept, conception and mode of student inquiry, as an individual, I I try to explain you based on the Levi and Petrelius that this will be the student should be information active and discovery active. What is that? It is when the information active, the student explore the knowledge based on the discipline by pursuing questions, problems, scenarios, or lines of inquiry they have formulated. Independent information seeking is emphasized. And then the discovery active means that students pursue their own questions, problems, scenarios, or line of inquiry in interaction with the knowledge base of the discipline, and higher order information literacy is emphasized. Then the participating in building disciplinary knowledge will be discovery responsive with the staff uh, lead by uh, literacy to the discovery responsive and information responsive. So then the student exploring and acquiring assistant disciplinary knowledge. Next, I will try to connect you with the human literacy. The human literacy background means this, that humans still live and interact with a human being, with other, even though this digital era is occur. Uh, and the civilized mind foundation means the intellectually, morally, and spiritually from the human being with power to communicate, engage with others, and tap to our human capacity to build a society. This will be a 5.0 society. So, in this uh, human literacy, we should know who am I first? Who am I? What is your profiling for yourself? And then what is your mental skill? And how is your personal relationship with others? Brunner in 2009 at his book, The Process of Education, about the discovery learning said the student interact with the world by exploring and manipulating objects, wrestling with questions, and controversies or performing experiments. As a result, students may be more likely to remember concepts and knowledge discovered on their own. I think this is will be suitable for this era, in this digital era. Okay, now I try to introduce you with the Sukuraga and how it related with the potential human being. So I found this Sukuraga in 2014. 2014, my college, Miss is introduced me to this local wisdom from Sukabumi called Wayang Sukuraga or Sukuraga puppet. It's a product of local wisdom derived from Sukabumi, and it is a puppet show about a body part of human being. This is a contemplative wayang about human awareness of his existence as a physical being, and also Sukuraga means a body part of human. The puppet show showed us the conflict of our body parts like eyes, mouth, ear, nose, hands, feet, and etc. How they talk, describe, recognize, act, in what tension they solve the conflict, and what purposes are shown in every dialect between the puppet figures. The story of the conflict shows us that human display consciousness as wholeness, starting from the awareness that is presented by the body part. These values will help humans to act morally in a good way. Based on this assumption, the value of Sukuraga is closely related to moral development, which must be in, instilled early on a school age, of course, and also related with human literacy as mentioned above. So this is the appearance of the Sukuraga puppets. You see that the head, if this is the figure called lengke, it means right hand, and then cheli means ears atau telinga, and then lengka is the left hand or tangan kanan.
Dia, Miss Dia,
Yes,
pardon me for
yes.
interrupting. You only have 7 to 8 minutes more to present your content. Thank you.
Oh, really? Okay, Mr. Randy, thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome.
Okay, then I will make it fast. Later, in the second session, Miss Iis will describe and explain you about how to conduct or integrate this puppet into our learning process as a media learning. Okay, I think you can, it's very symbolic puppet. I think where the head of the puppet is um, recognized as a figure. As you see in its head, when it figure is chilly or ears, uh, it's symbolic by ears. Also in the hands, in its hands, it's symbolic by ears, and uh, feet also symbolic by ears. Jadi semua bentuk dari wayang ini disimbolikan dengan sesuai dengan tokoh wayangnya. Kepalanya bergambar telinga, tangannya bergambar telinga, kakinya pun bergambar telinga. The Sukuraga inspired by Quran Surah Yasin verse 65. That day we will seal over their mouth, and their hands will speak to us, and their feet will testify about what they used to earn. So, this is also the figure of the Sukuraga protest. And then how Sukuraga metaphor related with the human literation. Based on in the interview on March 2nd, 2018, with puppeteer Mr. Fendi. Mr. Fendi said that the Raga Wayang using skin media as a union of essence, which in general humans are happy with their skin or facial appearance only. See, when girls are attacked by this, even only two items are blocked in their faces, they are embarrassed to leave the house. And we also, in general, to clean the dirt on the skin, at least take a shower twice a day. But to cleanse the soul, in order to remove the dirty that makes the eyes of the heart unable to see, alias blind, how many times a day to water spiritually, our morally, our mental healthy? Do we regularly wash our face or clothes every day? So you can answer this question by your own self. And then the Sukuraga, which is not someone who does something, but about the ears, the mouth that clearly display the value of a culture and its affirmation of the activity of thinking first before speaking and how to listen. And that's why the learning should be done for us as a human. Okay, then we can put a quote from Charles Darwin that said, "It's not the strongest of the species that will survive, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one who that is the most adaptable to change." So I think in this case, education makes risk into opportunity. Well, thank you for me for this presentation. I hope you will be discussing about my topic later in discussion, right, Mr. Randy?
Yes, thank you very much for
Thank
Ibu
you.
Dia for the splendid presentations. And I will
Thank
remind to all participants, you could deliver the question freely by chatting on the room. So you could deliver questions both of in Bahasa Indonesia or in English. I will try to translate it, or maybe in the end of the dispensation, you will or you could deliver the question. You will deliver the question directly to our speaker. Wow. From Ibu Dia presentations, I got one of the conclusions. In the pandemic of COVID-19 era, women as the main figure at home, uh, I think sure they will find or face any trouble. For example, they will getting stressed or they're getting a little bit pressures because they have to manage many things.
True.
But from the presentation of Ibu Dia, I could highlight that the key to manage those factors is just recognizing yourself, your
Mm.
positions, uh, and giving the answer over your standing. Thank you, Budia, for the nice presentations.
Thank you.
Well, we also have our second speaker. She is Professor Dr. Sophia Manning. She is the adjunct professor of humanities from Houston Community College, Houston, Texas, in USA. She does multi-page ethnograph or empirical research project based on UNESCO guidelines for global educations, and she is going to deliver the presentation or topic about women and children in the pandemic atmosphere around the world. To Professor Sophia, time is yours. Thank you. Okay, wait.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Sophia, we can hear you.
Sure. Thank you.
Maybe
Good
you can
morning.
click the F5 button on
I
your
am.
computer.
I am. I am. Good morning, Indonesia.
Good morning.
And greetings from the United States.
Morning.
Yes. Thank you.
Good
Thank
morning.
you
Good
for,
morning.
thank you. Yes. Thank you for inviting me to this international webinar. I'm very pleased that you've chosen me, and I appreciate Dia and Is and Ikra. If I could just give a little background, we met each other in Bangkok in 2018 when we were all presenting on globalized education, and they had expressed an interest in my work. And so, you know, via Facebook and social media, we are now connected. So I'm very honored. And I'd like to just go back and say that it's interesting because Dia's presentation, some of her content reflects some of what I'll be talking about as far as like human literacy, because that's important for us to communicate around the world. So without further ado, I'm gonna just give you a very popular quotation that came from Muhammad al-Jinan. He says, "No nation can rise to the height of glory unless your women are side by side with you." And I'd like you guys to think about that. I'd like the audience to think about that as I, you know, proceed and as I progress, because the focal point here is women. However, if you notice, that was quoted from a male. Okay, so you see where there's, you know, there's respect and there's room for us at the table. I'll be talking to you on global voices. This is my agenda: global voices, United Nations Women, UNESCO, UNICEF. What are these voices saying in response to our question or our concern about women's place in our society, whether they're in the home, in the classroom, in the hospital? Also, global collaboration as a solution to COVID-19. I know that right now we are collaborating virtually on the internet, but I'm pretty sure that we can do some more work. This is probably just the platform to begin, but I'm hoping that at the end of this session, we will even adhere to some of what UNESCO is saying as far as collaborating from the grassroots level. And we're also going to look at the grassroots voices, how the home, the community, and the neighborhoods, how can we collaborate and respond and make this a holistic approach? And finally, I will be demonstrating an action plan to give you an idea of what are some of the things we can do. to make this happen, to fight or defeat COVID-19. So, you know, I got this from United Nations, and it was very interesting when I was doing my research. I came across this, you know, the background, and it says women rise for all, and that is very true. We rise for all. We're the homemakers. We're the you know, the shoulders, the mothers, the life, you know, givers, and this dates back to, you know, prehistoric times. I know that Dia had mentioned a lot of history in her work, and I was looking at it. We see, you know, Venus of Willendorf, Mother Earth, and you know, as the life giver. So it's not something that's new. What we're bringing to the table right now, we're actually passing on the baton. We are maintaining and passing the baton on. And it says here, we are women leaders rising in solidarity to save lives and protect livelihoods from COVID-19. And that's what we're doing right now. We're at the table trying to figure out what solutions can we bring to the table. What can we take to the home that doesn't have a solution? What can we take to the community and the neighborhood that needs to hear our voices? So, you know, that's our quest. And of course, we are posed with this problem. We don't need to go back and repeat what the BBC is saying, or what, you know, CNN is saying, or Al Jazeera is saying about, you know, we don't know. This is our first time experiencing this. But here are some of the reports that we're dealing with, some of the facts that we're dealing with. And this came from UNESCO. Over 80% of the 1.2 billion children currently out of the classroom due to COVID-19 are in developing countries. And I don't know where Indonesia ranks. I think you rank on the developing country side. You know, you'd be considered a developing country. So it goes without saying that, you know, we all, you know, you fall in that bracket. So we're going to see how we can best, you know, help the situation. Another report says COVID-19 has forced 1.4 billion students to stay home. Okay, this is very, very critical. So then we must find some solution to this problem, because all moms and dads, I don't care if they're educated or not, they're not all educators. A nurse does not necessarily mean that she can teach her child, because she may be stressed. She may be a very good nurse, but then is she a teacher? And this is by no means saying that she's not a teacher. I'm just saying, as far as reaching the child in a humanistic way, like Dia said, human literacy, human understanding. Just because I work in even the school or the academic setting, do I really know how to teach my child? Or do I know how to monitor my child's performance? You know, so these are some of the things that we're going to look at. But let's bring awareness to what we're saying here. You can tell from the images that these three images, they all reflect the global world as far as ethnicity and, you know, religious beliefs and so on and so forth. But here is a quote from, and I don't know how to pronounce her name properly, but she is the lady, the executive director of the United Nations Women. And she says, the pandemic has brought to the forefront crucial professions such as nurses, teachers, cashiers, in which women are overrepresented. Could this crisis change the way we perceive these workers? That's the question. It goes without saying, we have women who work in daycare centers. Women are daycare workers. Women are in the service industry. We're in the airline industry, the hotel. I mean, we can name it, right? We are overrepresented. We are the majority. We're the majority actually working in the forefront. So is this crisis a turning point? Is it a pivotal point where we will get a chance to empower some women to go to the forefront, to be able to empower other women? Yeah, and make our societies more balanced, where we can partake in, improved lifestyles, improve our lifestyles, improve our social lives and our social status. Okay. So another quote from UNESCO. This is another direct quote from UNESCO. It says, education systems have varied in their responses in this context. And the context meaning COVID-19. Says some have introduced homeschooling programs and remote learning, offering free online resources, while others are delivering paper-based assignments to students, homes, or using public TV and radio broadcasting channels. So here is what this is saying. In a nutshell, this is very direct. There are many places, I know even in the Americas, in some other places in the Americas, there are communities that are making delivery. They're using paper copies in remote villages where students may not have access to the internet, or their families may not be skilled workers. So in the area where, say, in the agricultural community, where people are farmers and most of the breadwinners or most of the workers are working in the field. Well, the father may be a farmer and he may not know anything about the internet, and the mom is a homemaker, or she also may be a farmer. Well, what's happening is that there are teachers and other community workers who are trained, who are taking the baton and they're taking it and passing it on to other organizations, organizations like churches or synagogues or mosques or wherever, and people are working together. So also TV and radio are using their platforms, and also other places like social media. So this other direct response comes from United Nations Women. The question is, what can women bring to the crisis management? What can we do? What can you and I do as mothers, as teachers, as nurses, as maybe caregivers? What can we do? Well, coming back from the UN Women, the executive director, she says, women are viewed by our societies as the main carers, whether paid or unpaid, right? Because women know how to multitask, they are perhaps better placed to understand that in a situation like this, we are dealing with several factors such as economic, social health, and food security. Women, the they here are referring to women, they have a better understanding of intersectionality because they experience it on a daily basis. So they are already hardwired to deal with crises like these. Now, this here ties in exactly with what Dia just said about human literacy, human relations, having that humanistic touch where, okay, we need technology. We can't not work without technology. Technology has brought us where we are right now on this webinar. So that's not an issue. But we do need that human touch. We do need to get the women empowered so that we're sharp and ready to take on the task. And so UNICEF now responds, okay? UNICEF thinks that we should communicate with our children, right? And one of the suggestions is having an open, supportive discussion with your children. This can help them understand, can help them cope with, and even make positive contributions to others. So when we communicate positively with our children and be open and honest with them, make sure that we're telling them the truth in a very understanding way where we're not overwhelming the kids or the children. And they gave us 8 tips to help children and help comfort and protect the children. Allow them to ask questions, and you ask them questions. When they're asking questions, let's listen. Just because they're children, it doesn't mean they shouldn't have a voice. The children do have a voice, and they need to be listened to as well. And they also need to learn to listen to us. We need to be honest. Explain the truth in a child-friendly way. So depending on the age group of the child and what his level of understanding is, that's what we're going to do. We're going to use words and communicate accordingly. We're going to show them how to protect themselves and their friends. So in other words, we're not going against the instructions. We're making sure that they're in line and in compliance with what the instructions are given, with the instructions that are given. Offer assurance, allow the students or the children to just be themselves. Yes, allow them to, if they're anxious, it's a part of the deal. They're anxious, but we can also console them and help them to get out of the anxiety and give them assurance, right? Check if they are experiencing or spreading stigma. They talk to each other on the telephone, they talk to each other on the internet, on Facebook. You want to be involved in what the conversation is, because then here's what that does. It helps us control what they're hearing, what they're spreading, what they're involved with. And the one thing you don't want is a child, or you don't want children, hiding behind the scenes and thinking things that are not really true, because that will lead to a lot of their own detriment, right? So we don't want that. Help them look for helpers. Help them to take care of themselves. And you yourself as the parent, the parent, you look after yourself. You're also looking for helpers, because if I don't know something about the medical field, I'm not going to pretend as if I know. So I look for someone like a medical professional to contribute some information that's valuable. Take care of yourself.
Hello.
And also close the conversation with care. So you're always having these open conversations, right? And also we have this solution. It's a solution to this global crisis. And this is not just limited to COVID, but since we're here in this era, we will use it, right? It's interesting because, as I said before, when I opened, Dia and Ias and Ikra and I, we connected at a global conference on education, right? And so that was just the starting point. But so we do need to keep that global collaboration, global coalition going. We can't just sit in our corners and think, okay, because I'm in this part of the world, the other person doesn't matter. That's not true. What UNESCO and UNODC is saying, because they're working together, right? And they're suggesting that we place rights at the center of education. Okay, we are all in this together. COVID is not prejudice, it's not biased. COVID did not pick on who they're gonna pick on. It's a pandemic. It's a worldwide crisis. So they're suggesting that we help countries deliver educational programs and resources that empower children and youth to understand and exercise their rights. Okay, and as I said before, I'm open to this because my research interest is in globalized education, or global education, humanities in a global context. They also suggest that we build bridges between change makers in the education and justice system. So what we're planning, what they have is a set of guidelines and policies and procedures, right? Concerning education as the right for children, and as the educator, what your rights and privileges are as well. And they also want us to be a part of this game. Don't just stay there and be an island. We need to build bridges. I know that my colleagues, as I mentioned before, we will be working together on some other projects so that we can make sure that something's happened. And support teachers. So if you're parents, and even if you're a teacher, they're saying that they're out to supporting teachers, equips teachers, educators, and families with resources and interactive handbooks in order to teach children about their rights, the structural factor which cause inequality, and empower them to become engaged citizens who build just societies for the future. These are solutions that we all can partake in. So here is the question that I asked, and I'd like everyone to think about this question because we're all at the grassroots level. I deal with students every day. I deal with parents, students, and community, and I believe you all do too. The question that I'd like to pose here says, from the grassroots level, to what extent can women play the supporting role of facilitating their children's learning in a crisis? In this case, COVID is the crisis. So here are my suggestions. I think it's good to hear from the grassroots voices, right? The home, so we're looking at the home as an entity, the parent and the child, or parent and children together. What can we do as far as like that? We're thinking that we can have parents, some parents who are able to be trained to understand some of the content that we teach, get them to customize some of the lesson plans and work with their children, form community groups, right? Local community groups, and also neighborhood. This is a larger piece. So you're expanding, and you are including other neighborhoods where you have organizations and outreach centers. And we can defeat this COVID-19, I think, together. I think that's a good plan. So another way how we can, we can get this COVID or get the best out of COVID-19, we can collaborate from the local to the global. So right here in Indonesia, right now, you guys are collaborating, but I also saw where there are people from other places that are assigned, from Malaysia, from Pakistan, from Europe, right? You have people in other places in the US. So I think that's remarkable. But I just thought that this would be, a good idea. This also would be a good platform. And again, this is something that Dia had said in her own words. This is something that I thought, because this is something that I've been engaged with, or I've been doing. Very important that we engage in social media, academic activities, collaborate with educators across nations, exchange ideas, ask questions, develop new pathways, right? Identify positive historic solutions as point of reference or catalyst for progressive progress, right? So we all are on Facebook playing around. I post a lot on Facebook. Well, perhaps we can create a space where we can do some interactivity or interaction, right? And other places, WhatsApp and so on. And, I'd like to, in addition to that, demonstrate an active teaching plan. So this is one of the solutions that I've used, and this is not a COVID solution. It just came about in my thinking because I think it's also appropriate. We can set study guides where parents can monitor their children's academic activities. So the parents may not be academically prepared. However, they can still be the facilitator where they monitor the child, make sure the child is involved with their schoolwork. We can improvise, right? Use whatever is available to create learning atmosphere, whatever it is. So if you teach earth science or geography or math, whatever it is, you have your students observe the environment, go outside, look at the earth, look at the trees, look at the chemicals at home, the packaging, read the ingredients on the packaging, even the flour, right? And you can make relevance. If you have access to YouTube, there are lots of videos, but you can also use the resources you have at home according to the subject matter that you're teaching. If you're teaching math, perhaps you could bring some apples and oranges and bananas or something like that, and you can show them how 5 apples plus 3 oranges make 8 fruit together, or something like that. Engage students and parents in role-playing activities that are related to each subject or topic. So the students are role-playing. And the example I give here is, if a child wishes to become a doctor or a medical professional, whatever it is, we can create scenarios where they can envision and enact situations related to the medical field. If the child wants to become a seamstress, or if the child wants to become a teacher or a farmer, whatever the child wishes to become, we can create scenarios, right? And also, finally, I think this is the last one, we can assign children duties in the house where they can understand accountability and responsibility. so the students understand that just because I'm a learner, this is it's fun to learn, but I'm also responsible for my actions, and I'm also accountable for what I'm assigned to do. And so this is an example of the study guide. The study guide that I talked about earlier, it's and you can modify whatever, to suit your cause, whatever it is that you'd like to accomplish. You have a time set, and you have the subjects that the students are studying,
Yes,
and they
sir.
always have corresponding activities. What do they do in response to what they learn? And also, I encourage that they do journal writing, where they reflect on their academic and social activities, and they can create stuff, they can compose narratives, and they can engage in dialogue, or they can write stories, or they can do artwork, they can draw, they can paint, they can do whatever, and they can also develop their original thoughts. Okay. And I think that's pretty much what I have to offer. But with all that I'm saying, as much as we can try, there's sometimes some problems and limitations. And I think that we can work on the language barrier, right? We can learn to understand each other better, not just in oral language like English language or Japanese or Chinese, but also body language, right? Cultural languages. Uh,
Yes, sir, Sophia.
Lacking knowledge of cultural norms, we need to get to understand each other, get to understand each other's cultures better. What do you like and what are your dislikes? What do I like? What are my dislikes?
Professor
And
Sophia.
sometimes the socioeconomics and social class and social pressure can be an issue. Okay.
Professor
And,
Sophia.
considering the current events around the world with, the moral, everybody's in moral panic. Sometimes funding can be a little hard to get, but we can work with what we have, okay? And we can also try to use what we have, and try to get as much as we can to fund the basic necessities. That can be challenging. Data collection requires participants' observation, right? And the researcher will need to consider all ethical issues involved, authorization from academic institutions, and so on and so forth. Maybe we have to talk to countries. If we're going to go global, we have to connect with people who understand the policies and the procedures of the country's Ministry of Education. Okay. And these are my references. I got most of my work from the United Nations, UNESCO, UNICEF, and UOG, right? And so I think I don't know if we're open for questions, Mr. Moderator, or we're just gonna go with this. But pretty much that's that. I thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Sophia, for the splendid presentations. Wow, it's very amazing. And before we have another presentation for the speaker, I want to say something or post something for the presentations. Dear Indonesians, we are not alone in facing this pandemic crisis. We are in the same stream but in different boat. Women as mother, teachers, even other workers, they have to bring a good crisis management. They have to ensure their children is on well conditions. They have to ensure their children to get a proper education. And also, women can build the synergy with community or organizations, how to create a good supporting learning environment. So the children still have plenty time for
Okay, Sandy.
proper education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I was.
Okay, and I will remind all of participants, you could
Siapa
deliver
itu?
your
Siapa
questions
itu?
freely via chat. You could use both Bahasa Indonesia or English. I will help you to translate from Indonesia to English, so please type your questions on the chatting room. And now, before we have the third speaker, or the third presentations, we have special performance from Sukuraga Fondation. Please welcome the performance from
Very noise.
Sukuraga Foundation.
Neng Leni mah 60 udah sehari
Ibu
kemarin
Leni
ya.
Yulianti, maaf.
Hari Pak
Ibu
Riko
Yani
tadi
Yulianti.
itu 200
Ibu
sama
Leni Yuliani.
8 tapi 8 16 tambah 6
Ibu Leni Yuliani. Asli is Miss Leni Yuliani. It should be unmute. Ibu Leni Yuliani, maaf. Ibu Leni Yuliani, suaranya maaf.
Ini jagoan.
Kuring leungeun rek dititah naon. Barang bere puntak pentak nyokot awat tuduh. Pohara bunga namun kuring dititah mere kanu butuh. Tah eta. Kuring kuduna aya di luhur. Kunaon ku manusia dititah jadi dihanap. Hatina lebih halus kuring mah kuduna mah mere ka batu. Tapi lolobana hayangna jadi anu dibebe. Kurang lamun leung teh kudu dicapah kudu barang beda lamun duduk orang si ceuli. Si ceuli kudu narima papatah batu. Ceuli bagian maneh ceuli? Kuring ceuli. Perkenalkan nama kuring Eli. Boga dulur mata irung. Ceuli teh nya kuring ceuli boga hiji dulur. Mata. Anu disukai ku urang nya eta sarupani ngadenge anu alus. Ngadongeng goreng, ngadengeng ngagon non, ngadongeng. Bisa tak kita lain ngadongengkeun batur. Nah, jadi aya anu disukai jeung anu tidak disukai. Sok aya namanya orang nyanyikeun anu tidak disukai ku ieu. Jadi telinga naon tak hayangna telinga teu disukai. Sok lah kuneng sinen urang nyanyiikeun lagu Ceuli Mangga.
Saran saudara itu tegas maka disuka dan tiga lagu tentang kita lebih baik dengarkan walau hidung bau. We are waves of humanity, what we all want to be taught. Listen to the teacher's orders, accept purified statements that knocks at we are. Instead of listening to song about money or disgrace, better do it fast. Even though it makes a bit smelling the nose.
Tanpa ini gini.
Ieu lagu tentang Ceuli. Kuring Ceuli tah. Kami telinga dari bangsa manusia mau disuruh apa? Mendengar petuah guru, nerima saran saudara. Itu tugas yang kami suka. Daripada dengar lagu tentang aib tetanggaku, lebih baik dengar kentut walau kata hidup bau. Tah, urang ayeuna teh aya cicing di daerah Sunda. Dina budaya Sunda teh aya bilahan nada nyaeta aya 5. Nyaeta da mina tila. Naon hartina da mina tila teh? Kudu diinget ku urang sararea. Da artinya dari mana datangnya umat manusia. Mi milik siapa dunia serta isinya. Terus, nah, nanti semua akan kembali ke asalnya. Kenapa akan kembali ke asalnya? Karena tidak kekal. Dunia hanya sementara. Makanya harus lakukanlah. Lakukanlah perintahnya. Jauhkan larangannya. Mari kita namanya orang nyanyikan dari Daminatila itu apa? Mari kita nyanyikan Daminatila. Yuk.
Daminatila adalah marilah nada dalam seni Sunda warisan budaya bangsa. Daminatila adalah marilah nada dalam seni Sunda warisan budaya bangsa. Dari mana datangnya semua manusia? Milik siapa dunia serta isinya? Nanti semua akan balik ke asalnya. Tidak kekal dunia hanya sementara. Lakukanlah perintah yang Maha Esa. Lakukanlah perintah yang Maha Kuasa. Daminatila there are factors that is our nation cultural heritage. Daminatila there are factors that is our nation cultural heritage. Don't read it all, it comes from whose word it is and its content. Now everything written this origin. This word is not literal, it's a little parody. Do the command of the Almighty God. Do the command of the Almighty God.
Inilah tadi lagu tentang Daminatila. Dengan selesainya lagu Daminatila, maka selesailah untuk wayang Sukuraga saat ini.
Okay, that's all the performance from Sukuraga Foundations with very, very beautiful song with the lyrics. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our third speaker. We have Miss Ikra Iqbal. She is a lecturer, writer, human and media researcher from Government College, Faisalabad University of Pakistan. She is a master holder in philosophy. She is looking to work for thinking institution which aims to attract, develop, and train talented people. And the topic of Miss Ikra is about women as a teacher in Pakistan. To Miss Ikra, time is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm honored to be a part of this webinar. I will share screen to start my presentation. Today, I would like to talk about COVID-19 and women's problem in Pakistan. The coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic is defining the global health crisis with more than 12 million cases and 6.7 million recovered and 555,000 deaths around the world. It's the greatest challenge we have faced since World War II. COVID 19 is much more than a health crisis. By stressing every one of the countries it touches, it has the potential to create devastating social, economic, and political crises that will affect the world for a longer time. Every day, people are losing their jobs and income with no way of knowing when normality will return. COVID 19 and its effect on gender differently. This pandemic is creating a profound shock worldwide with different implications for men and women. Women are serving on the front line of against COVID 19, and the impact of crisis on women is stark. Women face compounding burdens. They are overrepresented working in health systems, continue to do majority of unpaid work in household, face high risk of economic insecurities, and face increased risk of violence, exploitation, abuse, or harassment during the time of crisis and quarantine. COVID-19 pandemic was confirmed to have reached in Pakistan on 26 February 2020 when a student in Karachi tested positive upon returning from Iran. As 11th of July, there have been over 240,000 confirmed cases with 150,000 recoveries and 5,058 deaths in Pakistan. Pakistani government set up lockdown on 13th March 2020. Pakistan and economic crisis. In Pakistan, where around 30% of population lives in grave poverty, avoiding catching the coronavirus isn't the only thing on people's mind. Starving of hunger often comes first. That's the reason that Prime Minister of Pakistan main concern was to plan a good strategy for lockdown. His concern was not to ignore the issue of lower class. He further said that policies responses in developed country to COVID-19 crisis do not provide a good model for developing countries. For this purpose, Prime Minister Pakistan Mr. Khan launched three programs to support needy people in COVID crisis. The Ehsaas Cash Emergency Program. Ehsaas Emergency Cash Program has been launched by Prime Minister on 1st April 2020 in the context to support lower class who are experiencing economic crisis due to ongoing coronavirus crisis. The financial assistance under the program is meant to help these people to buy food. The program covers total budget of 144 billion Pakistani rupees by distributing 12,000 per among 12 million families of Pakistan. Prime Minister Tiger Force is volunteer force was informed to locate needy people in areas and helped to get registered all those who had lost their jobs due to this pandemic so the government can help them economically. A telethon to raise funds for Pakistan's fight against novel coronavirus was broadcasted on all public and private TV channels, during which Prime Minister Imran Khan personally urged citizens to donate generously to those worst affected by the ongoing pandemic. After the end of marathon session, it was revealed that government had been able to collect 550 million from this transmission. Women make almost half of population of Pakistan. However, despite contributing significantly to economic and social growth, they generally suffer from multidimensional inequality of opportunities. Because of coronavirus, women and girls face the specific vulnerabilities including education, health, labor force participation, time use and mobility, and gender-based violence. In academia, in order to contain the spread of virus, government has introduced public and private educational institutions to shut down across Pakistan. The education system in Pakistan with low learning levels and high dropout rates is likely to be severely impacted by this act. When educational institutions are closed, all girls and are generally given more household responsibility as compared to boys. As the school opens, a lot of girls and women will find it difficult to balance schoolwork and increase domestic responsibility. In health sector, the responsibility of women in prevention and care of disease extends outside the household as well. In Pakistan, majority of nurses and healthcare workers are female. These women are at the forefront of identifying and treating patients with COVID-19 and hence at the great risk of exposure to infection. Ministry of Human Rights in Pakistan providing the evidence that women facing these problems in access the health care. It is confirmed that women are less likely to seek and receive medical attention. This could lead to serious implication in elderly women and those with weak immune system. Evidence suggests that in case of outbreak of disease, there is an additional burden of domestic work falls on women. Women are therefore more likely to continue with their domestic responsibility even if they fall ill. These are the main issues which is faced by Pakistani female to gain access to medical services. 58% of females are not allowed to go alone. 48 percentage of females are having distance to health facility. 32 percentage female are unable to afford medical expenses, and 21% women are not getting permission from their spouses to continue medical treatment. Labor force participation. This publication from Pakistan Bureau of Static and Ministry of Statics reveals that most women in Pakistan are the part of informal low wage labor work, with agriculture of 84%, manufacturing units such as shoes manufacturing units 52%, construction 6.5%, 57% women are working in community and social and personal services as and cleaning and caretaking of babies. 11% of females are working in public administration, and 28 percentage women are working from home by using their skilled ability such as sewing clothes and all these things. Time use and mobility. In Pakistan, norms dictate that women and girls are the main caretaker of household. This means giving up work to care for children and sick family members, impacting their level of income. It is estimated that with the current lockdown situation, the workload of household responsibility on women and girls will increase substantially and will further shrink their dedicated for learning and skill development. This will have serious barriers on the fact of women empowerment. Gender based violence. Studies also have found that unemployment tends to increase the risk of depression, aggressions, and episodes of violent behavior in men. Hence, the country may experience a rise in case of domestic abuse as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. It is reported that economic crisis of Ebola outbreak led to increase the risk of sexual exploitation of women. Given the current situation of lockdown being faced in Pakistan, there is a high possibilities that women confront with physical, verbal, and psychological violence, as majority of women and girls of Pakistan lives with abuser male family members. Government strategies to support women in Pakistan. In education sector, government has introduced e-learning education system for all academic institutions. This will help females to continue their studies even in quarantine. Moreover, Ministry of Education in Pakistan has launched an application to provide guidelines for teachers and parents as well about usage of technology for learning process. E-education system provides a great platform for female teachers. They can continue employment without leaving houses. This is satisfying for other family members that their women are at home. It's a great opportunity for women teachers to become a part of large meeting with online conferences. It was not happening before in person at workplace. In health sector, Government and private channels provide awareness to protect from COVID-19. This is very informative step for uneducated ladies. Moreover, free online medical services are provided to assist people at home. Animated messages are created for children. These contents are disseminated to people. Mothers are providing awareness about COVID-19 to their kids. Many faith people are representing themselves as a medical team for government. These people enter the homes and steals money. To protect family from such criminals, Pakistan Health Services provide information regarding healthcare centers. In labor force participation, Pakistani government through Ehsaas program has distributed adequate amount of money to many families. The majority of collectors were female. Moreover, majority of female worker in agriculture sector. They are taking loan from government. Pakistani government provide relaxation to return loan for these females in pandemic. Time use and mobility. Smart lockdown sports lower class to continue low wage work using guidelines such as wearing protective masks, sanitizing themselves. Additionally, women teachers can continue their work through e-educational systems. To protect female from gender-based violence, the Ministry of Human Rights of Pakistan has ensured that its helpline and women crisis shelters remain operational during the crisis, with specific protocols in place to prevent the spread of virus. They are also working toward ensuring that policies, health workers, and social workers are responding to the specific and critical need of women during this time. The following section will demonstrate the strategies planned by Pakistani government. All steps follow the pattern of Islamic advice about pandemic. These steps were taken with the consideration to empower women during this COVID-19 pandemic. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam blessings upon him advice goes viral in 2020. Many centuries ago, Prophet showed us how to deal with pandemic. The guideline provided by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that time also set by World Health Organization to deal with the current COVID-19 outbreak. A billboard has been erected in Chicago to advise local how to prevent the spread of novel coronavirus using old age advice from Islam's Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. After all, Islam has been handling pandemics for more than 1400 years, and an honest study of tradition of Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, demonstrate that infection control is inherent in Islamic practices. Here are the Prophet Muhammad's teaching regarding pandemic. Travel bans and quarantine. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, recognized and preached the importance of travel bans and quarantine in place contaminated with disease in order to mitigate the spread of illness. He said, if you hear an outbreak of plague in a land, do not enter in it. And if the plague breaks out in a place while you are in it, do not leave that place. Narrated by Sahih al Bukhari. The wisdom in these teaching asserts that when confronting any outbreak, it is absolutely imperative that we assume that worst until we know otherwise. Thus, strict travel bans imposed much earlier in COVID 19's timeline could very well have curtailed the spread of virus. Social distancing and isolating. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, practiced social distancing as well. Regarding isolation, the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam taught that those who are sick should not in any way compromise the community at large. He said, sick, do not place a sick patient with healthy person. This teaching extended with animal as well. The cattle suffering from a disease should not be mixed with healthy cattle. Narrated by Sahih al-Bukhari. In our current circumstances, social distancing and self-isolation have been frustratingly difficult for government to impose. Ultimately, they have been compelled to lay heavy fines, in some cases of failing to self isolate, and even imprisonment for not obeying emergencies law. Hygiene. If there is one thing people have learned over the past several weeks, it is the proper hand washing techniques and throughout hygienic practices, a hallmark of Islam. Any Muslim child can quote literally the tradition that states cleanliness is the half of the faith. Before each of 5 daily prayers, a Muslim performs an ablution that compromises of ritual cleaning from head to toe with clean water. In a sense, Muslims are taught with physical cleanness and spiritual purity have close affinity with one another. The Holy Quran teaches, indeed, Allah loves those who turns to Him, and He loves those who keep themselves clean and pure. Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 223. Medical services. In Islam, as taught by Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, is a practical and progressive faith based system. The Prophet encouraged the people to seek medical assistance along with relying on the power of prayer. Free medical care and financial assistance during pandemic are crucial in successful controlling virus spread. If the citizen of nation know that they will be provided and cared for, they will more likely to follow sanctions that could otherwise put them in financial distress. The Baitul Mal governmentary was conceptualized in the time of Holy Prophet and formally established during the Khilafat of Hazrat Muhammad. The taxes collected in treasury were used to provide for poor, disabled, elderly, orphan, widows, and in other in need. The government was also responsible for stockpile food supplies in case of disaster. Women empowerment in Islam. The prevailing idea of women's place in Islam is that women are deprived of freedom and equality. This is the result of either ignorance about Islam or base propaganda of anti Islamic ideology and prejudiced media. The fact just the opposite. Before the advent of Islam in Arabia, the position of fair sex was appalling. Girls were sometimes killed as soon as they were born. The infant girls were buried as they took birth. A man could marry and abandon or divorce women any number of times. The number of wives were unlimited. Islam emancipated women in all respect. Provision of empowerment of women in Islamic life or system provide these facilitations to female political and social services. Among the early Muslims, women were active participants in cohesive function of society. Women expressed their opinions freely and their advice were actively sought. Women nursed the wounded during the battles and some even participated on battles. Women trapped openly in marketplace so much so the second Caliph Umar appointed a woman Safa bint Abdullah as a supervisor of a bazaar, a market, open market. Financial freedom. Women also have the right to work and spend the money she earns as she wishes. She has no obligation to share her money with her husband or any other family other members, although she may choose to do so for her own will. For instance, the wife of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Khadija, blessings upon her, was one of the most successful businesswomen of Mecca, and she freely spent from her wealth to support her husband and the cause of Islam. At present, thousands of Muslim women in hijab works in hospital, banks, schools, colleges, and many other organizations. Education. Back in 7th century, Prophet Muhammad, blessings upon him, declared that the pursuit of knowledge is obligatory on every Muslim male and female. This declaration was very clear and was largely implemented by Muslims throughout history. One of the most influential scholars of Islam was Muhammad's wife Aisha, blessings upon her. After his death, men and women would travel to learn from her because she was considered a great scholar of Islam. The recognition of female scholarship and women's participation in academia has been encouraged and practiced throughout the majority of Islamic history. For instance, Al Qarawiyan Mosque and University, the oldest running university, was founded by women Fatima al Fihri in Morocco in 859 BC. Dignity and protection from harm. Any form of emotional, physical, or psychological abuse is prohibited in Islam, and improper treatment of women is no expectation to this rule. Indeed, there is no teaching in Islam, when studied in its complete context, which condones any kind of domestic violence. Islam clearly disallows any form of oppression or abuse against women. It cannot be stated enough times that anyone who exercises unjust authority in the name of Islam is actually doing so upload their own cultural influences or personal interest. All of God's creation is dignified and protected under Islamic law. There is no gender disparity in Islam. Man is the head of family. The position of man is to safeguard and strengthen the institution of family. The responsibility of men to provide food, shelter, and other needs to all family members and protect their females from any harm. The concept of he for she, defined already 1400 years ago. Women are equal to men in all civil and criminal acts of jewelry. The Islam gives dignity, respect, protection, and appropriate place to women in society. At the end, it's crystal clear that from the previous fact that Pakistani government planned all the strategies under the guideline provided by Prophet Muhammad blessing upon him. All these guidelines empowered women in this COVID-19 pandemic. The Ehsaas Cash program supported financially women in need. The majority of collector of funds were women. After receiving funds, they stated in television interviews that they are feeling happy by this governmental act. Furthermore, they said that now they can buy meals for their family. The Prime Minister Tiger Force also locates poor widows, disabled women, and all those families who have no man to earn for them. They provide food to these families. The shelter and human protection services are working even in pandemic to protect females from violence. Most importantly, the Ministry of Education has launched the e-education system which facilitates numerous benefits to female teachers. They can take care of family as well as continue their work from homes. They can participate in multiple international meetings. This opportunity was not available in person. This can build up more confidence in female. They can perform with more confidence in academic profession. At the end, family members should support females in their domestic responsibility. If all members work together, then there won't be much more burden on women. Husbands should follow this advice, happy wife and happy life, to live from this pandemic. Thank you so much for your consideration and watching this.
Thank you very much for Miss Ika. Sorry, for Miss Ikra,
Thank
who delivered the splendid presentations. You did it well. It was about the presentation about COVID-19 and women's problems in Pakistan. So pardon me to deliver the wrong title in the beginning of the presentations. Once again, thank you very much. You did it well, Miss Ikra. And
Thank you.
now, yeah. And now let's invite our fourth speaker. She is Mr. Sorry, he is Mr. Muhammad Erwin Imran. He is a lecturer, researcher at Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar, UNISMU. He concerned in technology literacy. To Mr. Erwinto, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Randy, to welcome in the season. First of all, I want to say thanks a lot for all of participants in the international webinar. I also deliver my best regard to all of great present at the moment. Let's meet to us Bahasa Indonesia because most of participants are Indonesia at the international webinar. Oke, mungkin saya akan lebih banyak berbicara bahasa Indonesia karena peserta yang ada pada kegiatan internasional webinar ini itu kurang lebih hampir semua orang Indonesia. I'm sorry, Mr. Sophia and Miss Ikra, I want to say as bahasa Indonesia. Oke, jadi hari ini saya akan menjelaskan tentang literasi teknologi untuk anak di rumah. Memang tidak bisa kita pungkiri saat ini pandemik sangat berdampak terhadap segala sesuatu aktivitas, baik mungkin individu secara umum maupun para anak didik kita yang selama ini kita tahu bahwa mereka melakukan aktivitas di rumah, tapi di sekolah, tetapi karena faktor pandemik ini mereka harus melakukan pembelajaran melalui jarak jauh atau melakukan pembelajaran WFH begitu. Dampak dari pandemik sendiri kita ketahui bahwa memang bukan hanya terjadi di Indonesia, tetapi juga terjadi di hampir seluruh dunia, di mana memang teknologi lagi-lagi memiliki peran yang sangat besar, pergeseran, dan ini mungkin akan berlaku jangka panjang, di mana memang aktivitas nantinya akan didominasi dengan penggunaan teknologi. Ini adalah salah satu bentuk bahwa di beberapa event, baik itu pernikahan maupun orang meninggal, itu pun masih menggunakan teknologi bagaimana orang-orang lain itu bisa tetap menyaksikan momen-momen yang berharga yang dilakukan oleh seseorang itu. Tadi bisa kita lihat ada satu momen di acara pernikahan, karena kita harus mengikuti protokol COVID-19, tidak ada keramaian, tidak boleh ada keramaian, sehingga orang-orang bisa menyaksikan melalui via YouTube atau melalui via daring misalnya. Terus pemakaman pun seperti itu, karena juga mengikuti protokol COVID-19, akhirnya orang yang dulunya berdatangan ketika ada yang meninggal, tetapi mau tidak mau hanya menyaksikan melalui via daring ataupun via media sosial. Berbicara mengenai pendidikan, itu juga sangat berdampak, khususnya bagi guru dan siswa, di mana hal ini adalah salah satu momen yang memang belum pernah ditemui sebelumnya, menjadi sehingga guru dan siswa pun masih kebingungan dalam menjalankan proses pembelajaran. Tetapi di sisi lain banyak teman-teman atau banyak berbagai saran atau formula yang disampaikan oleh beberapa ahli pendidikan kita, bahwa walaupun memang kondisi kita tidak bisa bertatap muka, tetapi kewajiban-kewajiban guru menyampaikan hal-hal yang memang yang harus dipahami dan dikuasai oleh siswa itu harus tetap dilakukan. Ini adalah salah satu bentuk di mana kita ketahui bahwa pada gambar pertama ini mungkin juga terjadi di Indonesia, dan bahkan mungkin ini tidak terjadi saja di sekolah dasar, di SMP, SMA, tetapi juga terjadi di perguruan tinggi, di mana pembelajaran itu berpindah dari tatap muka menjadi via daring. Tetapi di sisi lain, urgensi pembelajaran itu di mana guru akan membekali berbagai kemampuan, khususnya keterampilan abad 21, tetap harus terfasilitasi. Sama di gambar kedua, ini adalah salah satu bentuk dampak COVID-19, di mana walaupun dalam kondisi COVID-19, tetapi hal-hal yang memang yang menjadi tanggung jawab seorang guru dan siswa tetap harus berjalan, karena itu akan menjadi bekal mereka untuk menatap masa depan yang lebih baik. Oke, kita ketahui bahwa pada masa pandemi COVID-19 ini memang tidak bisa dipungkiri media sosial dan peran teknologi ini sangat berperan aktif ya, di mana mungkin saat ini juga dalam keadaan COVID-19, kita melakukan webinar ini, webinar internasional, saya bisa bertatap muka dengan presenter dari luar, itu juga karena bantuan teknologi. Dan memang kita tidak bisa pungkiri bahwa literasi teknologi itu penting agar kita bisa memaksimalkan dan memanfaatkan sehingga tetap tujuan-tujuan yang atau aktivitas yang harusnya berjalan tetap bisa dilakukan walaupun dalam kondisi tidak berada di lokasi tempat bekerja. Di sini OECD pernah mengatakan bahwa dampak COVID-19 ini, penggunaan teknologi ini mungkin akan berdampak dalam arti bahwa peran teknologi ini mungkin akan berdampak jangka panjang ya, dan seterusnya, artinya bahwa walaupun COVID-19 ini berakhir, tetap penggunaan teknologi ini akan mendominasi proses-proses pembelajaran yang akan terjadi di masa akan datang. Dan ini OECD pernah melaporkan bahwa memang tidak bisa kita pungkiri, hampir semua pembelajaran ini saat ini itu menggunakan peran teknologi, mulai dari media sosial maupun misalnya YouTube maupun misalnya berbagai media-media platform yang bisa membantu guru ataupun siswa dalam berkomunikasi. Memang ada 3 poin di sini: homeschooling children during the COVID-19 crisis change or approach education. Jadi memang peran teknologi ini, walaupun kita menggunakan teknologi, tetapi tidak membuat kompetensi-kompetensi atau orang yang kita anggap tidak mampu mengembangkan kompetensinya dengan kompetensi dirinya sendiri, itu tetap bisa kita kembangkan walaupun memang melalui via daring. Tetapi di sisi lain tetap kita harus bekerja sama, baik itu dengan orang tua. Yang kedua mungkin kita tetap harus selalu memberi evaluasi yang bisa mengukur sejauh mana keberhasilan apa-apa saja yang mungkin kita berikan kepada siswa. Dan ini memang tidak bisa dipungkiri bersifat global ya. Terus ini saya perlihatkan sebuah gambar, dan ini mungkin orang tua di rumah, khususnya ibu ya, di mana kita ketahui bahwa yang biasanya anak mungkin yang masih berusia 7 sampai 10 tahun itu biasanya beraktivitas ketika pagi hari, beraktivitas di sekolah, menjadi beraktivitas di rumah. Ini bukan mengakibatkan kebiasaan baru kepada siswanya, tetapi ini juga membuat orang tua, khususnya ibu ya, yang memang tugasnya mendampingi dan membimbing anak ketika di rumah, ini juga menjadi harus belajar. Artinya bahwa yang dulunya memang orang tua juga mungkin tidak mengenal berbagai platform media, akhirnya karena guru juga mewajibkan untuk memakai itu agar tetap pembelajaran tetap berjalan, ya, sehingga orang tua pun di rumah ya mau tidak mau harus belajar dan harus mendampingi. Sehingga mungkin tidak bisa pungkiri ya, orang tua pun di rumah mungkin mengalami stres ya, dalam arti mungkin yang tidak terbiasa, karena ini faktor kebiasaan saya. Tetapi memang penggunaan atau pembelajaran jarak jauh ini memiliki dampak bukan hanya kepada prosesnya saja, tetapi terhadap lingkungan sekitar, khususnya orang tua yang mendampingi anak untuk tetap mengikuti proses pembelajaran walaupun via daring seperti itu. Dan ini juga menjadi sebuah tanda tanya, apakah yang harus dilakukan ketika dalam kondisi seperti ini. Bagaimana seorang ibu atau khususnya orang tua bisa membimbing anaknya dan bisa membuat anak itu bisa menjalankan atau bisa mengoperasikan beberapa media platform agar target-target yang ditetapkan oleh guru itu tetap bisa tercapai. Terus memang kita tidak bisa pungkiri ada 3 yang mendominasi dalam kegiatan kita sehari-hari, mulai dari internet, sosial media, dan HP ya, di mana kita ketahui memang hampir semua media platform itu kan kita bisa akses melalui handphone, sehingga memang kita tidak bisa pungkiri ya, mau tidak mau kita harus memiliki literasi teknologi, artinya mampu menggunakan teknologi khususnya HP ini agar bisa kita maksimalkan kegunaannya. Dan memang kita tidak bisa pungkiri hampir 70% warga di Indonesia itu mengalami peningkatan dalam penggunaan internet atau media sosial. Oke. Pertanyaannya artinya bagaimana kita bisa mensupport anak agar tetap kebiasaan-kebiasaan yang dulunya pernah dilakukan di sekolah tidak begitu saja hilang, tetapi di sisi lain walaupun kondisinya berbeda atau tempatnya berbeda, tetap anak itu merasa bahwa proses yang dia lakukan itu baik dari rumah itu tetap sama halnya ketika dilakukan di sekolah. Jadi kebiasaan-kebiasaan rutin ini memang tetap harus dilakukan. Ini ada 3 tips yang pernah saya baca, yang menurut beberapa sumber ada 3 tips. Jadi tetap orang tua di rumah membuat jadwal rutin di mana anak akan tetap melakukan berbagai aktivitas yang biasanya dilakukan di sekolah, tetapi ini bukan berarti bahwa hal ini juga tidak memiliki tidak memiliki pengaruh, tetapi di sisi lain paling tidak ini akan menjaga kondisi kemampuan akademik siswa agar mereka merasa bahwa pembelajaran itu adalah salah satu hal yang wajib dan harus terus dilakukan. Ini ada 3, misalnya mungkin orang tua bisa meminta anaknya atau menjadwalkan anaknya misalnya di pagi hari tiap jam 8.30 atau setengah 9 tetap mengikuti, tetap mungkin memakai baju yang rapi, tetap mungkin disediakan, mungkin kalau misalnya guru memang mengharuskan nanti akan berkomunikasi melalui laptop atau HP, mungkin tetap disediakan itu secara rutin sehingga siswa itu merasa bahwa pembelajaran yang biasanya dilakukan sekolah itu memang tetap masih berjalan, sehingga kemampuan-kemampuan atau rasa ingin tahunya itu tetap akan selalu ada, seperti itu. Jadi ini hanya beberapa saran ya dari beberapa sumber yang memang mengharuskan orang tua di rumah tetap membimbing anak-anaknya agar tetap menjalankan kebiasaan-kebiasaan tidak terlepas dari pantauan orang tua, seperti itu. Dan memang kita tidak bisa pungkiri bahwa peran teknologi sekarang memang bukan berlaku di suatu negara, tetapi ini bersifat global, di mana teknologi menjadi suatu wadah yang cukup besar dalam melakukan berbagai inovasi, khususnya dalam berkomunikasi, dalam berkolaborasi, sehingga orang-orang yang berada di wilayah tertentu, orang-orang yang tidak terhubung secara yang tidak terhubung karena faktor jarak, dengan adanya teknologi mungkin bisa berkomunikasi dan berkolaborasi dan bahkan mungkin melakukan sesuatu bersama-sama dan menciptakan sesuatu bersama-sama. Oke, jadi memang tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwa kemampuan perkembangan teknologi khususnya saat ini mengharuskan siswa atau peserta didik itu menguasai berbagai keterampilan literasi. Tetapi literasi saat ini memang tadi saya katakan bahwa karena didominasi oleh teknologi, sehingga literasi teknologi atau literasi digital menjadi salah satu literasi yang memang betul-betul harus dimiliki setiap individu, baik itu mungkin orang tua maupun orang-orang yang ada di sekitar, khususnya siswa. Kenapa? Karena memang setiap hari siswa ini juga beraktivitas menggunakan teknologi, mulai mereka bangun tidur sampai mereka kembali tidur, di mana mungkin dia tiap hari menggunakan HP, habis itu juga menggunakan berbagai teknologi seperti televisi, internet, dan lain-lain sebagainya. Sehingga memang literasi teknologi adalah menjadi salah satu hal yang harus dimiliki sehingga produktivitas dalam melakukan aktivitas sehari-hari ini bisa tetap berjalan sesuai dengan yang seharusnya. Oke, ini tadi pengguna media, ya pengguna media juga tidak mesti bahwa seseorang ketika memegang handphone atau menggunakan internet itu bisa langsung mengetahui berbagai hal. Artinya tetap seorang siswa ini atau seseorang ini harus memiliki keterampilan yang dapat menyaring apakah informasi-informasi yang dia dapatkan ini bisa dipercaya atau bisa dipertanggungjawabkan. Sehingga keterampilan-keterampilan berpikir tingkat tinggi seperti berpikir kritis, berpikir kreatif itu perlu dimiliki, di mana itu menjadi bagian dari literasi digital atau literasi teknologi. Inilah pentingnya bahwa setiap anak dibekali literasi digital sejak dini, dan salah satu kesempatan yang memang yang mau tidak mau siswa harus mempelajarinya, yang mau tidak mau saat ini. Kenapa? Karena memang pandemik ini bisa jadi akan berlangsung lama dan mungkin pembelajaran yang saat ini diberlakukan ini akan tetap diberlakukan walaupun masa pandemik ini telah berakhir, seperti itu. Jadi ini ada tabel mengenai literasi, mengenai digital taksonomi. Di sini ada 6 tingkatan: mengingat, memahami, mengaplikasikan, menganalisis, mengevaluasi, dan kreatif ya. Ini mungkin hal-hal yang bisa kita menjadikan acuan. Oh, ternyata ada beberapa tahapan ketika seseorang itu menggunakan keterampilan berpikir tingkat tinggi dan menggunakan keterampilan berpikir tingkat rendah. Di mana kita ketahui berarti guru ini juga bisa menjadikan gambar ini sebagai cuan dalam memberikan tugas misalnya kepada anak-anak, misalnya ketika di rumah mungkin memang walaupun tidak bisa melakukan aktivitas di luar, tetapi seorang guru dapat mengkonsep dengan melihat tabel ini, oh ternyata ketika saya memberikan tugas kepada siswa atau peserta didik atau anak, ini mereka masih menggunakan keterampilan berpikir tingkat rendah, yaitu C1 sampai C3. Ya, kalaupun memang dia ingin melatih bagaimana seorang anak ini bisa menggunakan keterampilan berpikir tingkat tinggi, ini adalah salah satu acuan yang bisa digunakan. Artinya ketika guru menginstruksikan siswa untuk bisa melakukan aktivitas ini, sama halnya siswa ini akan mengembangkan keterampilan berpikir mereka, yaitu berpikir tingkat tinggi mereka, keterampilan berpikir kritis, kreatif, dan kolaborasi. Mungkin walaupun kolaborasi ini ya disarankan memang tetap di rumah, tetapi kolaborasi ini bisa tetap berjalan dengan berkomunikasi melalui media sosial atau melalui daring, seperti itu. Mungkin itu saja yang ingin saya sampaikan karena waktu agak terbatas. Thank you very much, Mr. Randy. Saya kembalikan lagi kepada Mr. Randy. Oke? Dah. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Erwinto, who has delivered the presentations. Okay, the next session is Q and answer sessions. But before we have the next sessions, maybe I will give the summarize or conclusions for the presentations from our presenter. First, woman as a multitasking figure should, recognizing herself, she has to gain with good management crisis, and she has to build synergy with community if society to provide the good platform or supporting learning environment for their children. So their children still have an opportunity to have good educations, although they are on the pandemic era. Another one is because nowadays ICT is very important and play important roles in our life. So we have to ensure that women as a teacher at home have to gain with good ICT literacy. And we have 4 questions for our speaker, for our keynote speaker. There are 4 questions. The first one is from Mr. Hamza. Mr. Hamza asked that, does Sukuraga puppet same with ordinary puppet? And does it need special skill to be played? And this question is delivered to Ibu Dia. Ibu Dia, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Randy, and thank you for Mr. Yudi Hamza and Miss, I forgot the one, Miss, wait a moment, Miss, okay, Ririn Riani, right? Okay, I will answer the first from Miss Ririn Riani, how we connect the puppet Sukuraga with our lesson. Actually, in the second session, di sesi kedua nanti, di pukul 3.30, Ibu Iis akan menyampaikan mengenai ini. Bagaimana kita akan menghubungkan pembelajaran di sekolah dengan menggunakan media wayang Sukuraga. But for the answer for Miss Ririn, we can connect it with character building education to deliver values and virtues about what should we do as a human being and related to our goodness behavior. I think it will be connected with the moral learning and moral acting. And the second question from Mr. Hamzah, Yudi Hamzah, does the Sukuraga puppet playable to all, or the player must have a special skill to play the puppet? If you want to be a puppeteer, also you should be a skill as a puppeteer. But the puppet itself, the wayang Sukuraga puppet, you can play it as creatively as you want. So then everybody can play this puppet figure. You can visit our YouTube channel from Sukuraga or my YouTube channel. I made some video about the wayang Sukuraga puppet, the figure, and how to deliver it in a school or not in a very tight of performance of wayang. Thank you. I think that's all from me, Mr. Randy. Mr. Randy?
Okay, thank you very much for the great answer, Ibu Dia. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Hamzah. Pardon, Mr. Hamzah? Okay, I think that's enough, right? The clear answer, Mr. Hamzah?
Yes, it's a very clear answer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And the second question is still for Ibu Dia. And how to integrate, this is the question from Miss Kirana, how to integrate the values from puppet Sukuraga to our lesson. I mean that how to combine the universal value from the Sukuraga puppet to our lesson or our curriculum. How to replicate the valuable thing to our curriculum, like the packaging, how it should be delivered for our students. Budia, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Randy. How to deliver it, the puppet show or the puppet values, the Sukuraga values to a children at school, it should be by a storytelling or integrated by how we communicate the universal value for children. Example, like we should be honest of what we talk about. Then you can play the Sukuraga biiwir. It's called biiwir. In Sundanese means that's a mouth. So you can tell a story about a mouse and how should be it how you can use a mouse as a good one in moral action, and we can integrate it into a curriculum, as I said before, with combine it with the character building education. I think that's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to confirm to Ibu Kirana, the person who had the questions. Is it clear enough, Ibu Kirana?
Where is Ibu Kirana?
Okay. Okay, Bu Kirana. Okay, I think the answer from Ibu Dia is very clear. So um, actually, to integrate or to replicate the learning the valuable from wayang atau from Sukuraga puppet is it could be on the it could deliver by storytelling because it is very
Mhm.
very eligible for all, right? Okay, the third question is from Mr. Ifram from Universitas Bengkulu. This is very nice questions. This question is for Professor Sophia. Hello, Professor Sophia.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The question is, what can men do to empower women in this pandemic era?
Great question. Thanks for asking. In fact, you're already doing it, so it answers itself. We have a male moderator, right? So that kind of answers a part of the question. Thank you. I congratulate you guys. We have male, participants. So I think that's one start where you are showing that you support us. You show up, you're a part of the deal. And if you remember my quote, it said that women need to be side by you guys. So we're not trying to dominate or to, do something out of order. So, but yeah, I meant what I say. I think I meant what I said. I think it's important that you guys show up to these webinars. You show up and you support us in roles like, what Fendi's doing. Another place to start is to find out. Ask questions. What do you need from us? What do you need us to do? So, as a male or a man, you'd say to Daya, what exactly can I help you with? How can I help you? Where can I serve you best? Does that make sense? And you try to pull forth your resources. It could be that we need some, maybe it's just a support system. Maybe it's just to talk to a set of male children, because sometimes they listen mostly to the father or the father figure. So everything depends on the situation, I think, you're dealing with situations, different situations. And I think that it's important that you keep things in the correct context. Be calm about what you do. And I think being supportive is one of the best, very best things that you can do. And again, like I said, find out where you serve best. If you can afford to provide us with resources, whatever it is that we need, if you can provide sponsorships for females to carry out certain programs or projects, if you're in government, try to listen to female, so the basic things. And it goes right back to Dia's cry for the humanistic approach. Let's always consider that we're human beings. And, in the eyes of the creator, we're not the creator isn't gender-based or gender-biased. He sees us as human beings. So I think that's important. Now, whatever your profession is, whatever, if you're a teacher, I don't know, you may be a teacher and a parent, or a teacher and a community worker, or whatever. Perhaps you have some skill sets that some other people lack. Well, you probably could be that helper, So I think that's the main thing that I can say, because again, everything depends on the situation. And thanks again for asking.
Thank you very much for the great answer from Professor Sophia. Mr. Irfan? Hello, Mr. Irfan? Hello, Mr. Irfan? Okay, okay. I think that's enough, yeah. That's very splendid and great answer from Professor Sophia. And we have the last questions before we end the seminar. This question is from Miss Novita Sari. And this question is delivered to Miss Ikra. The question is, what is your opinion about feminism? Islam gave granted for women in protections, but factually, women haven't yet got it. Thank you. Miss Ikra, please.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you so much for such a great query. Feminism is a concept which is defined in Islam 1400 years ago. We have received all rights by Allah and Prophet, peace be upon him. As I already have mentioned in my presentation that anti-Islamic ideology in media is utilized to create a misconception about Islam. Now I would like to say to you a little bit brief history of feminism, that in the feminism campaign and feminist approach is what we see in present era, that started in 17th century when Western female realized that Arabic females from Middle East, they are even having rights in property, and we are not even have right to vote for government. In 1918, first time British females got a right to vote for government. So this is the like little context, if you can see in feminism background, that when Muslim feminism started and when exactly Western feminism started. Muslim feminism has a little difference in comparison to Western feminism. Unfortunately, what media shows to us, we are behaving like a puppet. What media tells us, we are acting like according to that. In media, we have seen gender stereotyping. Women are not represented with respect. All of you have observed that females are showing as a object of gazing for male, and even in cartoons different body parts are appearing and female are working as a like a haughty chick, or you can say that she is not working as a sensible person. So media is illustrating a different image of females in around the world. What we see now, to raise awareness about feminism, we have to study our own culture. What you see everywhere in global media, that how female scarf is pulling up, and even Western media sometimes represent that all men who are wearing having beard, they are terrorists. Why only Muslims are becoming victim of all these incidents? We have very recent example of a New Zealand shooting attack, that how Western media was representing that incident in a proper biasness way. And for feminism perspective, we can say that we have to study our culture the very first, and our religion. Our religion has provided us all basic rights: property rights, education right, freedom of expression, security, safety rights. We are even getting we see that in Western countries, widows or single mothers are getting funding from government on monthly basis. But in Islam 1400 years ago, in uh, Khilafat of Umar, females were selected for these monthly scholarship or funding for these purposes. So what we observe now, that this is the main thing, we have to understand our religion the first and find the differences between other feminist approach, what is showing in Western, because feminism vary to vary from culture. Muslim feminism has different things, and the Western culture sports different aspects. So we have to understand the thing, and then we can analyze these exact approach of feminists. I hope my discussion or this answer will satisfy you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Ikra, for for the answer. And I think this is the end of our sessions for today. I do believe that you have many questions, but don't be afraid. You could still keep in touch with our speaker by sending the questions to them directly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the end of the sessions, I would like to deliver some information. First, you could fill the form that I had shared in the chatting, and then make sure that it will be active only in 30 minutes. Okay, in the end of the sessions, I deliver my big apologies for some kind of any mistakes. And the last from me, thank you very much for your attention for the very splendid and great presenter, Professor Sophia, Miss Dia, Miss Ikra, and Mr. Erwinto. Thank you very much for the great sharing and for all participants who joined this seminar. Thank you very much. Bilih taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you in next session. Okay,
Assalamualaikum. Thank you so
goodbye.
much.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, Professor Sophia. Okay, thank you, Ikra.
Thank you, everyone. It was a very informative and session, and I hope that such activities in future will help participants to interact at an international platform. And I would like to thank Dia, and is the very first that they contacted me, and we met in Bangkok conference. And this organization, Education, I'm really honored to be a part of this institution organization. Thank you so much, participant. I wish you a very good day. Alhamdulillah, it was very fine, best session. Thank you so much.
Alhamdulillah. Thanks.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Dia.
Yes.
This is the end of the conversation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do believe there will be many questions about puppet of Sukuraga.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the message of the video that played before. They were um, very criticize our daily life. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's talking about our daily life, our eyes, our nose, and our ears. It's like um, universal message that we have to be care about our just only our business, not others.
Mm-hmm. But the most important thing is how we know ourselves and how we use our potential in our belongings, in our body part, to take a good action in moral, also in spiritual, and also for the environment around us. The local means also what it uh, what you have already in your body. You will serve the world by them. Jadi intinya kita harus mengenal diri dulu, Pak.